industry is extremely large and continue to grow. They have produced excessive number of graduate teachers whose competencies are below the expected level. Yeah, yeah. In the fields as like that, the problem. And if we try to look to the process of before process, yeah, into the college of training education, the problem is more complex. The number of private teacher colleges is 400 colleges or so. Yeah, they are mostly mediocre and unaccredited. But this statement is in 2013. Yeah, I hope that now has changes. Yeah, has changed. In 2022, the total number of teacher college students is more than, sekarang lebih banyak lagi, ya, than 600,000. But the share of students of public teacher colleges was very small. Among 30,000 of the total graduates each year, only 1/5 are graduates of the public teacher colleges. So the graduation from UNSRI and other public universities, just 1/5 from the total. Yeah. To date, no such institution had responsible to implement an information-based teacher supply-demand planning system. I think this condition make worse condition, yeah, to our management of teacher. Okay, next slide 7. So it is a statement of the Ketum PGRI, ya, itu Rosidi. It was hard to measure that 1.5 billion certificate holders are professionally competent, highly performed, and eligible for teaching licensure. So also they had, yeah, certification, yeah, of the professional teacher, but no guarantee that, yeah, all of them are professionally competent, highly performed, and eligible for teaching. The extremely low average score of teacher competency test is the data we have, yeah. Their score just at 44.5, yeah, out of the 100 scale. Yeah, is a great challenge, and it, of course, yeah, a great challenge for the Ministry of Education to have the teacher colleges better prepare credential teachers. Other data, yeah, also indicate that the quality of education in Indonesia still low, yeah. The result of PISA, for example, PISA assessment of mathematics and science literacy, as well as academia teams, yeah, are the initial signature. Is the initial signature to indicate that the teachers are incapable in boosting student quality of learning. So any data we have indicate that we still have, yeah, teacher with a challenge in terms of their quality or professionality. So Cohen and Rosemiller suggest that the effect of salary increase on students' learning is not always positive, yeah, and it depends solely on the quality of teaching and learning processes the teacher are able to create, yeah. So the salary of teachers is not related directly to the achievement of students. And Chang et al. Find how significant the effect of certification, but is on doubling salary of certified teachers and making them wealthier than ever. So the effect of salary just, yeah, to the wealthy of our teacher, but still not to the student achievement. Okay, next slide. Also, there is another study, yeah, conducted by Suryadi In this study, Suryadi find that no promise offered by the certified teachers to make a higher level of student learning. The student achievement is affected more by socio-economic background, yeah, rather than by the real competencies of teachers. To the most extent, this collapse is attributed to the absence of merit-based promotion reform in line with the nature of professional certification. Also, we have another study conducted by Budimansyah et al. They conclude that the teachers certified are mostly older in age or have bachelor degrees or above, even they are not really competent. In other words, the certificate only fits to the level of teachers, seniority and credential, rather than the symbol of real competencies and performance. So it is still a big question, maybe, yeah, in relation to the correlation between the wealthy of teacher, the certification, and student achievement. This is the statistic, yeah, indicate that teacher experience and teacher education background may be rather more contribute, yeah, rather than teacher competency. Okay. Finally, I try to conclude that we need, next slide, we need comprehensive reformation in relation to teacher deployment. Yeah. Next slide. Firstly, we need revitalize pre-service education. We need to improve the quality and efficiency of pre-service education. We need to control, we need to, yeah, to assure, yeah, that the service education is able to produce, yeah, the candidate of our teachers. I think it is our homework, yeah. Secondly is building a continuing professional development and path of teacher certification. Although we have several constitutions related to education, but I think if we try to analyze it, we still not have the system who assure that teacher the teacher get treatment to assure that they can improve their professionality continually. Yeah? So no system here in Indonesia to assure that professional development of teacher can progress continually. The third is distribute teacher in school evenly. Yeah, I think it is easy, yeah, to be spoken, but really hard to be implemented. Yeah, although we know about this, yeah, all of us know about this. No proportional deployment, yeah, between teachers in rural and in urban area. Yeah. The fourthly, I think we need reform teacher. Yeah, we need to reform teacher in service training through the school management. Yeah, actually we have implemented the policy of school-based management system. Yeah, from long ago, but I don't know the effective of the implementation of this policy. Yeah, and finally we need to reform teacher management system toward a merit-based promotion and remuneration in school. So the promotion teacher is not just on the experience, not just on formal requirement, but truly based on merit-based promotion system. Okay. Finally, let me conclude, yeah, my presentation. Yeah. Firstly, after 10 years of implementation, I think it is now the right time for us, yeah, to carry out a robust and well-designed national scale evaluation of the teacher certification program. I don't say that it is still still stop, yeah, but of course to improve our the effectiveness of our policy, we need to carry out a well-designed national evaluation. So we know the effectiveness of teacher certification program, and we need, based on this evaluation, we need what actually what activities should be reformed, should be improved, yeah, for the future. Secondly, teacher certification is not a universal remedy in solving the teacher quality problems unless the relevant teacher training and management reforms follow through. So we not just conducted certification and after that we allow teacher to grow, yeah, to promote by themselves. But I think after certification, we need well-designed training, yeah, and promotion system, yeah, to follow up the certification program. Thirdly, the professional teachers need such a favorable climate that helps them to improve their competency and teaching performance. Yeah, so I think we need to provide a good climate, a good favorable climate for teachers, yeah, to help them, to promote them, yeah, to improve them, yeah, so they can grow and promote good, yeah, significantly. Next, reforms in teacher training and management are important to reduce the damaging effects of bureaucracy on creating equitable approaches in education, training, recruitment, deployment, promotion, and remuneration of teachers as professionals. So I think we need professional approach, yeah, than bureaucracy approach maybe in treating, yeah, our teachers in fields. And finally, in the near future, it needs to start reviewing the existing use of structure, content, and formulation of teacher competency standards. The education system in Indonesia needs to set up competency and performance standards of teachers based on a strong international benchmarking system. So we can compare, yeah, our program here with other countries, yeah, in the world. Okay, the committee, I think that's my presentation. Of course, I do apology for my mistakes and my weaknesses, and I hope that what I present, yeah, will contribute, yeah, to this seminar significantly. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for your presentation. This very amazing presentation for us. That's good issues that we need to listen from Professor Solehuddin. Teacher is the single important factors in boosting the quality of education, quality, quantity, and management. The problem is lot of almost of all of the teacher with certification, they have problem about the competencies. Do you have sorry, I have a question first. Do you have is that idea for the next time? How do we act to this problem? Because we know the future will have a big problem for quality of the student. If the teacher don't have quality, and the student will be the same problem. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I think the quality of teachers is not based only just to certification program. So if we would like to have quality teachers, I think we need to prepare them, yeah, before, yeah, through teacher training college, and after, yeah. Yeah, in terms of teacher training colleges, in my presentation I have discussed that there are many teacher training colleges now, yeah, and I think the huge number of teacher training colleges imply the disparity, yeah, in terms of quality, I think. So I think here the government have to control, yeah, and manage the quality of all teacher training colleges. So in terms of teacher training colleges, I have some ideas, yeah, to make them better. Firstly, the issue to be addressed is in terms of quality of input. Yeah, if teacher training college, or we call it maybe here in LPTK, yeah. If we would like to make LPTK has a good input, I think it is need for us to make, firstly, yeah, to make the teachers to become a dignified profession, to make teachers to become prosperous profession. Yeah, and of course it is related to the wealthy of teacher. It is related to a salary of teacher. If the government, yeah, regard the teacher profession, I think teachers will become a prosperous profession. Now, if teachers become the prosperous profession, there are many, yeah, talented students, yeah, who are interested to apply to become LPTK students. Yeah, if teachers become prosperous profession, inshallah, yeah, there are many talented students who will apply to become student in LPTK. If we have a good input, yeah, the candidates of our mahasiswa, our students, now we need to have a good recruitment system. We need a valid recruitment system. We need a good and valid instrument, yeah, yeah, in using in selection to university. So after this process, inshallah, we will have good student. We will have talented student. We will have quality student in terms of input. Now after that, we should assure that the process of education in teacher training college are qualified, accountable, yeah. And I think here the government need to control, to manage, yeah, the number of LPTK. Yeah. So I think the government need to brief and implement the policies, yeah, assuring that LPTK is accountable. Yeah. That all process, education process in LPTK, enabling, yeah, the teacher candidates to become a good teacher. Of course, after that, yeah, after the graduation student become teacher, beside, yeah, there is a certification program, but after that, I think we need a system to assure that can continually developed as a profession. And it is still no policy, no program like that. Yeah? We need appropriate training as needed by teacher. We need continually development system of teacher profession, and we need the system of promotion based on performance and based on competency, not just based on the experience of teaching, I think. That's my ideas about how to improve the quality of teachers in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your answer. I think we have floor here in luring and daring. Some of the, if you have question to the professor, you can raise your hand. Raise your hand. Oh yeah, Dr. Parida Nur Hasana. It's time for you.
Thank you very much. Can you hear my voice clearly? Hello?
Clear, clear. Clear,
Okay,
clear.
thank you. First of all, I would like to thanks to Professor Solehuddin for bring these very sensitive issues into this event. I think this is really a quite sensitive issue, as I'm working now in one of the institutions that focus on developing the quality of teachers, especially in mathematics education. So I guess this topic is very relevant to our field. First of all, I also would like to share that Professor Solehuddin stated even though we have the program of certification of the teachers since 2005, this program, but unfortunately we haven't seen the effect or the impact into our students' competencies right now. In my opinion, because based on the book written by Stephen de Levitt and also his colleague, based on the research and some experiences in statistic situations, it seems that the situation is not happen only in Indonesia. The incentive for the teachers, they stated, based on the statistic research, it will never have a good impact to the students' achievement actually. In some of the districts in the United States, in his book in Economics, they have the examples how this policy basically cannot help the district to improve the quality of the educations. So the idea from the Professor Solehuddin, I think it's really enlightenment. So the idea of, can I say, it's limit the teachers' college educations, and about the accountability of the teachers' education college. So as you mentioned that how we can maintain, or we can try to make sure, the government have to make sure that the accountability of the all student college has at least the same quality of process and also the results. But in my question is, do you have any idea how the mechanisms? Because right now, actually, we already have some accreditations program, which is also right now have a really hot issues about this. But still, the accountability of the teachers' college education, we cannot make sure whether the university or the college educations who get the same grade or level in the accreditation, they have the same process and also the same results. So I think if you could give some idea more, more specific on how it can be managed, I think will be valuable for us, for Indonesia, to reform how the system to make sure the quality of our teachers, not only in mathematics education, of course, in all subjects. So my questions once again is about, could you explain how the accountability of college teachers can be achieved, yeah, in this time? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Farida.
Okay, thank you very much. I think what I understand from your question is relating to the program accreditation of teacher college training, or the accountability of teacher training in relation to the quality of graduation.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, what we know, actually, all universities or all teachers college training in Indonesia are accredited, yeah. And from these, all institutions have formally have leveling, yeah, leveling in terms of accreditation. Maybe excellent, very good, or good. Yeah, we have actually 3 leveling. Yeah, but I think all of them are still permitted to produce. Yeah, to conduct the program, the teacher, the teaching program in their in their colleges, in their institution. So no, except maybe the college does do not fast in their accreditation, but it is very rarely. Generally, all of them fast in this accreditation. So, yeah, all of them are still permitted to conduct teaching process in their institution. Now, the problem is how we, in reality, yeah, assure the accountability of the process of teaching. Because in Indonesia, according to me, is too big number. Yeah, there are too many colleges of education. Yeah, in Indonesia. So this situation, this condition, yeah, generates the disparity in terms of quality. Yeah. According to some quotes, yes, that I've found, yeah, there are many teacher training colleges who need, yeah, improvement to make them more accountable in producing the teacher candidates. Now that's the problem. So according to me, yeah, how to solve this problem? I mean, we need, yeah, the brief from the government, yeah, to control or to and manage. But if we try to look, yeah, in, for example, in draft of apa itu undang-undang, our new constitution of education, yeah, the policy is not too there, but the policy bahkan even not stated, yeah, one word in relation to LPTK. No statement, yeah, from the government. Yeah. This is a contradictory, yeah. If we argue, if we consider that, yeah, teacher training college is not capable, yeah, is not accountable, it means that the government need to assure that all teacher training college is capable. But if we try to look in our new draft, our education undang-undang yang baru our education of undang-undang itu constitution no word, no sentence related to how government government control and assure the quality of LPTK or teacher training college. That's the problem, I think. That's my opinion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your answer. Maybe we only have one question from the floor because the times we are going to do another things. Conclusion from this presentation that Indonesian education have problems that facing three problems: quality, quantity, and management education, especially for teacher with certification. The solution maybe we can do with the recruitment the first time when candidate for teacher, they have to be selected very well because it will be affect when the process in teaching and learning process in the class. I think that's all my conclusion. For this time, we give applause for our invited speaker that you will give from us certificate. Is the committee already prepare certificate for this? You can see your certificate. Thank you very much for your kindness and coming to.
It is okay. I would like to add something.
Okay.
What I hope from the government in the new constitution, there is statement that the teacher training program is conducted by accountable LPTK, by accountable teacher training college. The accountability-nya is regulated by government. What I hope, stated in the new education constitution, but no word, no sentence related to LPTK. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation and our discussion. I will say thank you for all your attention for this presentation, and please give applause for our professor. Thank you very much, and we hope that next time we will come back again here for the SULE, the sixth SULE. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we meet again in parallel room 5 session. Please break out.
Recording stopped. Bapak Ibu, acara segera kita mulai.
My result is Andri Marhadi and Luis Now.
Bapak Ibu tamu undangan diharapkan memenuhi kursi di depan terlebih dahulu. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang. Puji syukur kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa taala yang telah memberikan kita rahmat dan hidayahnya sehingga kita dapat berkumpul bersama-sama di sini dalam keadaan sehat, tidak kekurangan suatu apapun. Salawat serta salam teriring kepada junjungan kita Nabi Muhammad SAW yang menerangi hati nurani kita menuju segala perbuatan mulia. Yang kami hormati, Ketua Umum Pengurus Pusat Ikatan Sarjana Pendidikan Indonesia (ISPI), Profesor Dr. Muhammad Solehuddin, M.Pd, Sekretaris PP ISPI, Profesor Dr. Ahman M.Pd, Ketua Pengurus Daerah Provinsi Sumatera Selatan, Profesor Sofendi M.Pd, Dekan Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan, Dr. Hartono M.A, Bapak Ibu Pengurus PD ISPI Provinsi Sumatera Selatan, dan segenap tamu undangan yang kami muliakan. Selamat datang pada acara pelantikan pengurus daerah Ikatan Sarjana Pendidikan Indonesia ISPI Provinsi Sumatera Selatan masa bakti 2022 hingga 2027. Perkenalkan, saya Weni Dwi Pratiwi akan memandu jalannya acara pada hari ini. Marilah Bapak Ibu, untuk mengawali acara kita pada hari ini, bersama-sama kita lafazkan basmalah. Bismillah. Memasuki acara pertama, yaitu menyanyikan lagu Indonesia Raya yang akan dipimpin oleh rekan kami, Rizky Permata Aini AMA. Kepada Ibu Kiki kami persilakan. Hadirin dipersilakan berdiri.
Jangan
Hadirin dipersilakan duduk kembali. Selanjutnya adalah pembacaan surat keputusan PD ISPI Provinsi Sumatera Selatan yang akan dibacakan oleh Profesor Dr. Ahman M.Pd. Kepada Bapak kami persilakan.
Keputusan Pengurus Pusat Ikatan Sarjana Pendidikan Indonesia nomor Keputusan 03/PP-ISPI 6/2022 tentang pengesahan pengurus daerah ISPI Provinsi Sumatera Selatan, menimbang dan seterusnya, mengingat dan seterusnya, memperhatikan dan seterusnya, memutuskan. Pertama, mengesahkan PDISPI Provinsi Sumatera Selatan masa bakti 2022-2027 dengan susunan seperti tercantum dalam lampiran keputusan ini. Kedua, keputusan ini berlaku sejak tanggal ditetapkan. Ketiga, hal-hal yang belum diatur dalam surat keputusan ini akan ditentukan kemudian dan apabila terjadi kekeliruan akan segera diperbaiki. Ditetapkan di Bandung tanggal 22 Juni 2022, Sekretaris Umum Profesor Dr. Luptiah Nur Laila M.Pd, Ketua Umum Pertanda Profesor Dr. M. Solehuddin M.Pd, MA. Lampiran SK nomor Keputusan 03/PP-ISPI/6/2022 tentang pengesahan pengurus daerah ISPI Provinsi Sumatera Selatan masa bakti 2022-2027. Dewan Penasehat Profesor Dr. Mulyadi Eko Purnomo M.Pd. 2. Profesor Dr. Nyayu Khadijah SAG. 3. Dr. Sunda Aryana M.Pd. MM. 4. Kepala Dinas Pendidikan Provinsi Sumatera Selatan. 5. Kepala Kantor Kementerian Agama Provinsi Sumatera Selatan. Dewan Pengurus, kami mohon yang disebutkan namanya langsung menuju tempat pelantikan, kecuali Prof. Sopendi karena sakit, boleh nanti di akhir ya setelah yang lain berdiri semua. Dewan Pengurus, Ketua Profesor Sopendi MA PhD. Wakil Ketua Dr. Hartona MA. Sekretaris Dr. Ketang Wiyono M.Pd. Wakil Sekretaris Dr. Rita Indrawati M.Pd. Bendahara Reni Kurniasari SPD M.Pd. Bidang Organisasi Ketua Sahrial SPD MSI. Anggota Dr. Andes Kodri Madang MSI PhD. Habib Soleh SPD MHum. Bidang Pengembangan Profesi Ketua Dr. Rizwan Jainuddin M.Pd. Anggota Mahdalena Pianti M.Ed. M.Pd. EDD. Anggota Dr. Nila Kesumawati MSc, Bidang Litbang, Ketua Profesor Dr. Indawan Sahri M.Pd, Anggota Dr. Ismail Sukardi MAG, Anggota Dr. Gayatri Dinanti MED, Bidang Kerjasama dan Usaha, Ketua Rojali SPD M.Pd, Anggota Dr. Siti Dewi Maharani M.Pd, Anggota Dr. Sakdiah Wati M.Pd, ditetapkan di Bandung tanggal 22 Juni 2022, Sekretaris Umum Profesor Dr. Luptiah Nurlaida M.Pd, Ketua Umum Profesor Dr. M. Solehuddin M.Pd MA, ditandatangani.
Terima kasih Profesor Ahmad M.Pd. Petugas pembawa bendera dipersilakan masuk ke ruangan. Ketua Umum PP ISPI mengambil tempat yang telah disediakan. Kepada Profesor Dr. Muhammad Solehuddin MA PhD dipersilahkan. Kata pelantikan yang akan disampaikan oleh Ketua Umum PP ISPI.
Apakah saudara-saudara telah siap dilantik sebagai pengurus daerah Ikatan Sarjana Pendidikan Indonesia Sumatera Selatan periode 2022-2027? Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Dengan nama Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, hari ini Kamis 6 Oktober 2022, kami lantik saudara-saudara sebagai pengurus daerah Ikatan Sarjana Pendidikan Indonesia Sumatera Selatan periode 2022-2027. Semoga saudara-saudara dapat menjalankan program kerja dengan sebaik-baiknya dan senantiasa mendapat ridho Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Amin.
Penyerahan bendera ISPI dari Ketua Umum PP ISPI ke Ketua PD ISPI Provinsi Sumatera Selatan. Penyerahan SKPD ISPI Provinsi Sumatera Selatan. Baik, terima kasih Bapak Ibu. Dilanjutkan dengan foto bersama Bapak Prof. Soleh, silakan mengambil tempat. Baik, selamat. Terima kasih kepada Bapak Ibu semua. Bapak Ibu boleh kembali menuju ke tempat. Dilanjutkan dengan pemberian ucapan secara langsung kepada pengurus PD ISPI Provinsi Sumatera Selatan. Silakan Bapak Ibu semuanya boleh kembali ke tempat masing-masing. Kita lanjutkan, acara selanjutnya adalah penyampaian sambutan. Kami persilahkan kepada Ketua PD ISPI Provinsi Sumatera Selatan, Profesor Solehuddin MA. Lanjut, sambutan dari Ketua Umum PP ISPI kepada Profesor Dr. Solehuddin, kami persilahkan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah wa syukurillah, kita ucapkan puji dan syukur kehadirat Allah SWT karena pada hari ini telah memberikan kesempatan kepada kita semua untuk melakukan acara pelantikan pengurus daerah ISPI Provinsi Sumatera Selatan. Oleh karena itu kami haturkan terima kasih nih kepada teman-teman jajaran ISPI di Sumatera Selatan karena saya kira pengabdian dan perhatian dari Bapak Ibu semua sehingga pengurus daerah ISPI Provinsi Sumatera Selatan ini bisa terbentuk dan bisa dilantik pada hari ini. Nah, pertama-tama yang mesti kita sadari betul, dan insya Allah kita semua sudah menyadarinya bahwa kegiatan ISPI ini pure ya Pak ya, ini kegiatannya adalah kegiatan pengabdian. Jadi ini nggak ada unsur politiknya, nggak ada unsur lain-lainnya, kecuali ini pengabdian sepenuhnya dari seluruh insan sarjana pendidikan dimanapun berada. Nah, sekarang tentu konteksnya adalah di Sumatera Selatan. Nah, insya Allah barangkali dengan kesadaran ini nanti akan lahir suatu kesiapan untuk melakukan pengabdian 100% dan mudah-mudahan tidak ada penyesalan ini dari Prof dan kawan-kawan. Karena memang ya semuanya murni untuk pengabdian. Ya, tapi sesungguhnya kalau bagi orang Muslim ya insya Allah walaupun pengabdian, barangkali Allah SWT tidak akan pernah kebingungan ya untuk membalas kebaikan-kebaikan yang kita lakukan. Jadi insya Allah nanti min haitsu la yahtasibnya mudah-mudahan terjadi kepada Bapak Ibu semua. Walaupun di sini sepenuhnya pengabdian, walaupun di sini tidak mendapatkan apapun kecuali barangkali ya kita mengeluarkan energi, pikiran dan macam-macam. Jadi barangkali insya Allah nanti Allah tidak akan melupakan dan Allah tidak akan pernah kesusahan ya untuk memberikan balasan ganjaran kepada kita yang sudah mengabdi dalam suatu bidang yang insya Allah ini sangat bermanfaat. Nah, yang kedua, kita sadar betul bahwa tantangan pendidikan seperti yang sekarang mungkin sedang didiskusikan oleh kita semua itu begitu luar biasa. Begitu banyak problem-problem yang muncul, mungkin yang lama belum hilang ya, tapi persoalan baru ya terus muncul baik di tingkat dunia maupun di tingkat nasional kita. Nah, tentu kalau kita ingin eksis ISPI ini, kita tidak boleh AB ya, kita tidak boleh tidak aware dengan apa yang terjadi. Ya, saya kira eksistensi kita dan bagaimana orang lain, masyarakat merekognisi kita akan sangat tergantung kepada apa yang kita lakukan. apa yang kita upayakan, apa yang kita ikhtiarkan. Jadi performance kita, ya ikhtiar kita, pengabdian kita itu nanti akan menentukan bagaimana publik ya memberikan kepercayaan dan bagaimana publik ya memberikan rekognisi kepada kita semua. Nah, oleh karena itu saya mengajak teman-teman di Sumatera Selatan ini untuk tidak pernah henti-hentinya ya mengamati, mengikuti, mempelajari, ya, menganalisis berbagai isu dan persoalan pendidikan terkini sehingga kita tidak pernah tertinggal ya di dalam merespons ya apa-apa yang terjadi terkait dengan dunia pendidikan ini. Kami tentu saja pengurus pusat sangat menunggu, sangat menanti kontribusi ya yang bisa dilakukan oleh teman-teman di daerah dimanapun berada. Jadi sekali lagi kami mengaturkan terima kasih yang tak terhingga kepada Prof. Pandi dan kawan-kawan yang telah secara sukarela mengabdikan diri ya untuk ISPI ini, dan insya Allah kalaupun mungkin kita secara tidak langsung tidak mendapat apa-apa dari jabatan kita di ISPI, tapi barangkali mudah-mudahan pekerjaan kita, pengabdian kita di ISPI ini bisa memberikan kontribusi yang luar biasa kepada masyarakat khususnya di bidang pendidikan, dan insya Allah juga barangkali akan membawa kebaikan bagi kita secara pribadi dan kepada keluarga. Insyaallah kita yakin sajalah dengan itu. Nah selanjutnya tentu barangkali ada beberapa hal yang perlu segera diantisipasi, perlu segera diprogramkan oleh teman-teman di sini. Pertama barangkali terkait dengan masalah konsolidasi organisasi yang karena mungkin sudah agak lama kurang ini ya kita hidupkan lagi ya. Siapa lagi yang menghidupkan organisasi kita kalau bukan kita. Nah oleh karena itu dengan dilantiknya saya kira kepengurusan tingkat daerah ini mudah-mudahan nanti ada suatu upaya-upaya untuk melakukan konsolidasi organisasi ya, sehingga setiap pengurus ya, tiap anggota pengurus, setiap komponen pengurus itu betul-betul nanti bisa memberikan kontribusi secara maksimal kepada organisasi kita. Kemudian yang kedua mungkin perlu segera mengembangkan program-program yang cocok ya, yang relevan dengan kondisi daerah gitu ya. Jadi mungkin nanti apa yang sudah diprogramkan secara nasional bisa dilihat, bisa dirujuk, walaupun tentu nanti Bapak Ibu semua bisa juga mengembangkan hal-hal yang sifatnya kedaerahan sesuai dengan kebutuhan masing-masing. Nah kemudian yang ketiga, mohon kita tidak pernah henti-hentinya selalu mengamati, mengikuti ya dan berkontribusi terhadap penyelesaian persoalan-persoalan pendidikan seperti tadi juga dan sekarang juga mungkin masih terus didiskusikan. Sesungguhnya begitu banyak persoalan pendidikan yang ya kadang-kadang saya tuh lebih enak jadi pembicara lah daripada jadi pelaku gitu ya. Pelaku itu kadang-kadang kan ada hal-hal yang tidak tertuang di buku. Jadi ahli manajemen pendidikan itu kalau dalam prakteknya mungkin ada hal-hal yang perlu dilakukan tapi tidak tertulis di sana. Sehingga mudah dikatakan tapi sebetulnya dalam pelaksanaannya tidak begitu mudah untuk dilakukan. Kebetulan saya pernah juga jadi konsultan ya di Kemendikbud gitu ya. Sehingga persoalan nasional itu begitu rumit luar biasa. Ya. Saya suatu saat memang pernah ditanya juga tentang kebijakan Pak Menteri ya, dan ditanya itu di depan Menteri, coba bayangkan. Saya ditanya tentang kebijakan Menteri di depan Pak Menterinya coba. Nah ini bagaimana, saya tidak mau cari muka ya, dan saya juga tidak mau juga kalau membuat beliau misalnya terluka karena kata-kata saya yang tidak bisa dipertanggungjawabkan. Nah itu coba betapa, gimana ini Pak Menterinya ada lalu saya disuruh ngomong di depan beliau. Ya tapi alhamdulillah kan saya orang bimbingan konseling nih yang dilatih oleh Pak Ahman gitu ya. Bagaimana cara menyampaikan pendapat yang mudah-mudahan itu bisa diterima oleh beliau. Sehingga saya katakan memang kalau dilihat dari sisi perubahan, ini saya jujur ya, kalau dilihat dari sisi perubahan kata saya, begitu banyak perubahan sekarang yang luar biasa yang dilakukan oleh Mas Menteri ini. Yang kalau menurut saya, maaf ini ya, ini kalau di menterinya dipimpin oleh salah satu profesor yang ada di salah satu ya, di seluruh universitas, kelihatannya kalau menurut prediksi saya tidak akan banyak perubahan seperti yang dilakukan oleh Mas Menteri. Karena kita orang akademisi, Pak. Cara berpikir kita mungkin relatif sama. Kalau beliau itu bukan akademisi. Beliau itu adalah pengusaha, dan pengusahanya yang muda juga lah. Dan banyak bergaul dengan orang internasional. Sehingga kita merasakan betul perubahannya itu luar biasa. Nah, benar kan ya? Bayangkan sampai dengan hari ini tuh sudah ada 22 episode ya dari program Merdeka Belajar ya. Itu sudah yang ke-22 itu tentang masalah seleksi perguruan tinggi. Nah, tapi kan sampai sana kan netral kan ya. Memang banyak perubahan. Nah, kalau soal hasilnya saya katakan ini tidak fair kalau saya menilai hanya berdasarkan common sense. Jadi lebih baik kata saya, daripada saya berdasar common sense, pikiran saya lebih baik kita lihat saja nanti impact-nya, faktanya, apakah perubahan-perubahan yang dilakukan oleh Mas Menteri ini ya membawa perubahan positif atau tidak terhadap pendidikan Indonesia. Saya kira fair ya Pak kalau jawaban saya seperti itu. Jadi mari kita saksikan, mari kita amati saya katakan, apakah perubahan-perubahan yang dilakukan oleh beliau ini betul-betul membawa keberkahan, membawa kebaikan, kemajuan bagi pendidikan Indonesia. Nah itu salah satu jawaban saya yang ketika saya ditanya tentang kebijakan beliau dan saya ditanya di depan beliau sendiri. Tapi insya Allah saya kira selama kita berniat baik, bermaksud baik, ya bukan berarti jaminan tidak ada kesalahan yang kita lakukan. Saya kira kita manusia lah, ya namanya manusia mungkin ya selalu tidak pernah lepas dari kesalahan. Tapi yang penting adalah ada ikhtiar. Jadi saya itu punya keyakinan Pak. Betulan saya jadi rektor sekarang, jadi saya punya keyakinan begini, kalau kita ingin memperoleh hasil yang luar biasa, ya memang syariatnya ya, kalau hakikatnya kan Allah yang menentukan, kita harus berupaya secara extraordinary juga. Jadi agak mustahil gitu ya, kalau secara syariat. Kita ingin mendapatkan hasil yang luar biasa, tapi usahanya biasa-biasa saja. Ya. Nah kalau ikhtiarnya biasa, ya kemungkinan besar hasilnya juga biasa. Nah kalau kita tidak berikhtiar, insya Allah tidak akan ada hasil saya katakan. Ya. Dan sekarang juga salah satu hal yang perlu kita antisipasi, ini tentang perubahan yang begitu cepat. Yang kalau kita tidak ikut berubah, pasti kita tertinggal. Nah disinilah barangkali kita perlu melakukan upaya-upaya yang cepat dan akurat dengan upaya yang luar biasa. Nah makanya saya sebagai rektor mendeklar sekarang ya, itu yang disebut dengan UPI Edun. Edun itu extraordinary sebetulnya artinya, tapi jangan edan ya. Edun ya, keren Edun itu ya, luar biasa. Dan itulah sekarang yang sedang saya coba lakukan semampu saya tentunya. Saya berharap 5 tahun saya memimpin di UPI ini, ya mudah-mudahan ada perubahan-perubahan yang extraordinary. Tapi tentu perubahan itu tidak mudah ya, karena kita kan bekerja tidak sendirian. Dan yang paling sulit ya ketika saya ditanya jadi rektor itu, yang paling sulit itu adalah mengubah mindset dan mengubah kultur kerja. Ini yang paling sulit. Mungkin juga di lembaga, apalagi di ISPI ya yang agak susah menggunakan prinsip reward and punishment-nya kan agak susah, kecuali keikhlasan yang luar biasa. Tapi ya kalau saya punya keyakinan sepanjang kita punya niat yang baik, ikhtiar yang baik, insya Allah. Enggak tahu sekarang tuh banyak sekali tawaran jabatan Pak kepada saya itu, tapi jabatannya yang seperti ini gitu. Sekarang saya lagi ditawari lagi jadi ketua pengurus daerah UMKM Jawa Barat. Yang nggak ada urusannya dengan latar belakang. Tapi saya mikir, saya bertanya, ini kira-kira ada manfaatnya nggak untuk UPI, untuk mahasiswa, untuk para pekerja di Indonesia? Wah banyak Pak, gini. Ya udah saya terima aja, gitu ya. Nah jadi terima kasih Prof. Solehuddin dan kawan-kawan, dan insya Allah saya yakin keikhlasan ya Bapak Ibu semua untuk mengabdi, ini akan menjadi sesuatu yang contribute secara besar, baik dalam menyajukan pendidikan lewat ISPI, maupun juga bagi hal-hal lainnya ya yang terkait mengkali dengan pendidikan di Sumatera Selatan. Terima kasih, barangkali mohon maaf atas segala kehilapan, dan mudah-mudahan niat baik kita ini dikabul oleh Allah Subhanahu wa taala. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Baik, untuk keberkahan acara kita pada hari ini, marilah bersama-sama kita berdoa kepada rekan kami Edi Setio M.Pd untuk mohon kesediaannya untuk dapat memimpin doa kita pada hari ini.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Marilah Bapak dan Ibu, para tamu undangan, sejenak kita berdoa dengan harapan mudah-mudahan dengan kita berdoa bersama-sama kegiatan ini diridhai Allah oleh Allah Subhanahu wa taala, kemudian mendapatkan berkah kepada Bapak Ibu yang non muslim. Dipersilakan untuk sesuai dengan agama dan keyakinannya masing-masing. A'udzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Allahumma hamdan syakirin, hamdan naimin, hamdan yuafi ni'amahu wa yukafi majidah. Ya Rabbana fakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhika wa 'azimi sultanik. Wa sallim wa radiyallahu ta'ala an sabatina rasulillahi azma'in. Amin amin ya Allah, amin ya Rahman, amin ya Rahim, amin ya mujib syailin. Allahumma inna nasuka salamatan fid din wa afiatan fil jasadi wa ziyadatan fil ilmi wa barakatan fil rizki wa taubatan qoblal maut wa rahmatan indal maut wa magfiratan ba'dal maut. Allahumma hawin alaina fi sakaratil maut wa nazata minan nar wal afwa indal hisab. Allahumma jam'ana jam'a marhuma wa tafarraqa min ba'dihi tafarraqan ma'syuma. Allahumma ij'al khaira umuri akhirahu wa khaira ayyami yaumil liqa'ika. Qala rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Allahumma ya Allah ya Rabbana, jadikanlah acara pelantikan pengurus daerah ISP Provinsi Sumsel periode 2022 masa bakti 2022 sampai dengan 2027 yang dilaksanakan saat ini diberikan kelancaran dari awal hingga akhir. Jadikanlah acara ini sebagai majelis ilmu yang bermanfaat guna menambah wawasan keilmuan kami serta meningkatkan persaudaraan kami. Ya Allah ya Rabbana, acara ini ditujukan tidak lain hanya memperoleh ridho-Mu semata. Untuk itu, berilah petunjuk dan bimbingan kepada kami, agar kami mendapat manfaat dari kegiatan ini, agar kami dapat menjalankannya dengan baik, demi kemaslahatan hidup di masa yang akan datang. Allahumma ya Allah, ya Rabbana, ya Karim, ya Tawaf, jadikanlah kami semua yang hadir di sini insan yang memiliki sifat amanah. Jika kami pemimpin, jadikanlah pemimpin yang amanah. Rabbana zalamna anfusana wa illam taghfir lana wa tarhamna lanakunanna minal khasirin. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih Bapak Edi. Demikianlah acara pelantikan pengurus daerah ISPI Provinsi Sumatera Selatan masa bakti 2022 sampai 2027. Semoga acara ini dapat menjadi awal berjayanya ISPI sebagai salah satu wadah tempat menyalurkan aspirasi bermanfaat bagi pengurus dan masyarakat luas. Marilah bersama-sama kita lafazkan hamdalah. Saya selaku pembawa acara undur diri, mohon maaf untuk salah kata dan hilaf. Salam sehat dan semangat untuk Bapak Ibu semua. Wabillahi taufik wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
saing-saingke yo mesti kalah. Tak oyak aku yo ora mampu, mung saku aku mencintaimu. Ku berharap engkau mengerti, di hati ini hanya ada kamu. Abah lala dibanding-bandingke,
Ojo dibanding-bandingke.
nggih Pak. Jelas beda yen dibandingke, ora ono sing tak pamerke. Aku ra iso yen kon gawe
pamit kenangan zaman persekolahan. Tiara, ku mimpi kita bersanding atas kayangan. Seakan bisa ku sentuh peristiwa semalam. Di malam pesta, engkau bisikan kata asimat di telinga. Kita terpaksa berpisah untuk mencari arah. Kita dipukul ombak hidup alam yang nyata. Engkau jauh meniti puncak menara gading yang menjanjikan hidup sempurna, tapi curang kulo tak milih pamit hati kulo pun rasa sakit.
Bila aku merasa jauh dari dirimu, takkan ada perasaan ragu untuk mencari pengganti dirimu. Bila aku tak mungkin lagi mendampingimu, buang semua cerita yang lalu, hancurkan kisah cinta yang dulu. Bila aku telah temukan cinta yang lain, jangan pernah untuk mencoba lagi, hancurkan cinta yang ku miliki. Jangan kau harap lagi, rasa yang dulu telah terburu mati. Coba ku temukan cinta sejati, yang ku rasa bukan hanya dalam mimpi. Walaupun terkadang sepi menghampiriku, biarlah. Terlalu lama kau jauh, hingga waktu pastikan berlalu. Kini kau pergi tinggalkanku, di saat aku terbenam sepi. Kau telah pergi, tinggalkan aku dalam mimpi yang tak mungkin kembali. Saat kau dan aku saling
signs of a people who have thought. So this is about the economy of women in Islam, and the above verse addresses both genders. The Islamic law mandated full property rights of women before and after marriage. They may buy, sell, or lease any of the properties at their will. Financial security and inheritance are also assured to women who are entitled to receive marital gifts and not required to spend any amount at all from her property and income on household if her husband is ill or jobless. So, and there are a lot of things, and also in terms of human rights in seeking employment as well, as long as it's suitable with the nature of women, which according to Jamal Badawi, the suitable profession that suited women such as nursing, teaching, medicine, and social and charitable work. Actually, this is debatable about the terms equity and equality. So here it shows this shows the term equity here applicable here. It mentioned that the job must be suited with the nature of the women. Okay, so in terms of social, this is the most important thing. That's education. That education is important and it's compulsory for both male and female. It's obligatory for parents to support and give their daughters education, as mentioned in the Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam Sunnah. Okay, had an Anas Abi bin Malik qala Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. This hadith, sorry. Talabul ilmi faridatun ala kulli Muslim. Seeking knowledge is mandatory for every Muslim. So here there is no differences between male and female. Yeah. So this is the core, whereas the education should be both for male and female. So we will later on see how the situation in Brunei Darussalam in terms of education for female. Okay, so I just go through here on the role of women as a wife. Okay, the social role of women as a wife is based on mutual peace, love, and compassion, and not the mere satisfying of human desire. So this can be, you can read Surah Ashura, verse 11, on this points on this matter. Okay, and then in terms of, okay, and then follows with, as women also have rights in their marriage and divorce, as a mother, as a sister, and women, they must practice modesty in their social interaction, dress, and behavior. So this is obvious as a Muslim woman. Okay, so in terms of legal and political, okay, in terms of this, both genders are entitled to equality before the law and courts of law. Justice is genderless, and this is in accordance to verses of Al-Quran that men and women receive the same punishment as such crimes as theft, as mentioned in Surah Al-Ma'idah, verse 38, and fascination, Surah An-Nur, verse 2, murder and injury, Surah Al-Ma'idah, verse 45, in such women have the right to possess independent legal entity in financial and other matters. Further, he views that there is sufficient historical evidence that women participation in choice of rulers, public issues, law, and administrative positions, scholarship, teaching, and others. So this is I took from my book chapter. Yeah. Okay, so this is just a glance through on, maybe later on if anyone want to discuss back on that, women and Islam. Now I go to the about female education in Brunei Darussalam. So my references from my own book and also my book chapters, and also because all this book I have referred to the government manuscript, Brunei report, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Religious Affairs. So this is the later that I have done my study. So So we want to know what happened to female education during the Brunei was under the before under British Protectorate. So actually Brunei was never colonized. So yeah, so it's Brunei was under British Protectorate. So what happened during the time? The education was delivered in private houses, balai, mosque, and palace. I'm sure you're wondering where is the pondok. So in Brunei we don't have pondok, but we have balai system. Whereas the balai system is a community hall. It's also used for other things, for wedding ceremony and others. And for private houses, during the time, the education was conducted either in the student houses, or at the ustaz houses. And also education also conducted at mosque and also palace. And during that time, the ballet education was only restricted for male students. So what happened to the female? So according to Minister of Religious Affairs, the female student could only attend intellectual activities in private residence only. However, there is a lack of information regarding what kind and level of subjects were provided for them. So during the time, the girls, the female, are not allowed to, to go outside their residences. And so, and also actually in Brunei, we have lack of evidences to track down the historical evidence on what type of education that they received, the female education. Okay, now we move on to, that is during the time before British came to Brunei. And then in 1888, Brunei was under the British Protectorate. And I divided, most historians, sometimes they just leave it as a British Protectorate period, but some historians, they divide the period into two, which is during the residential system and also self-independence. Residential system is starting from year 1906, whereas the British resident imposed the residential system. So during that time, so that's why until present day, we have still have civil law in Brunei, which is the impact of this residential system. And then later on in 1959, okay, there is His Majesty Allahyarham Sultan Omar Ali Saifuddin signed 1959 constitution, and Brunei is still under British Protectorate, but the period called as self-independence period. Okay, later on in Canada, I'll explain more on that. Okay, so what happened during the residential system? Okay, this is also mentioned by our keynote speaker, Assistant Professor Dramasita, in regards to the year when the British Protectorate first established the formal school. So there are different views whether 1912 or 1914. So I stick to the Ministry of Education, the latest book. They mentioned in their book, SPN 21, that the first formal school was opened in 1912, although there are different views on that, yeah? Okay, so unfortunately, during that time, this is female education, there were no girls attending that school in 1912, okay? Why? This is the important thing. During the time, the society feel reluctant to send their daughters to a co-educational institution. Okay, so this is due to the cultural practice that girls tended to get married at the average age of 15 and 17, and the parents viewed that it was inappropriate and unethical to mix the boys before marriage. So during the time, only boys attended the formal school. Okay, so but later on in 1930, okay, the first girls' school was opened, but unfortunately it was have to be closed because of the poor attendance, and also limited number of female teachers and headmistresses of the school, and also because they only have one, so they have to close down when the headmistress fell ill, and And also, and then, and later in 1932, yeah, they tried to reopen again, but again, they have to close down again. And then it's because only 13 students attended the school, the girls, huh? So it was in 1932. Okay, later, like other countries in ASEAN, in 1942, okay, Brunei was occupied by Japanese. So many schools were destroyed and some were changed to Japanese medium school. The British retreated and the oil field closed down. According to Muhammad Noor, the Japanese occupation, which was from 1941 to 1945, led to the decline in educational interest among the Bruneian as people tended to shift from town to rural areas. So this is during the Japanese occupation in Brunei. So it affected the school. Okay. And then, Alhamdulillah, in 1945, the Japanese was successfully expelled from Brunei by the British resident. And in light of this, the government tried their best to reopen the school and rebuild the school. And then, they tried to build with the temporary kajang, which refers to palm leaf screen houses. And under these circumstances, a new paradigm. So this is the new beginning. A new paradigm of thinking evolved within the mindset of Bruneian society. Education was seen by the Bruneian people as an important element in realizing the future outlook and identity of the country. Despite the difficulties, people started to have a sense of nationalism. After the war, the government attendance record showed a statistical increase in the number of students going to school. These shifts were mainly due to the change outlook of the people along with the exploitation and exportation of the state's oil, okay, which financed by the British. So we can see that as mentioned, the Bruneians start to change their mindset, the thinking, their paradigm of thinking, and continue with in 1953 and 1959, the school also the attendance increased exponentially, highlighting the increased confidence of parents sending their children to school. Okay, and then with the new outlook of the new and opening formal government school, religious school, parents were less reluctant. Okay, later on in 1959, first formal religious school was established. And that's the start when the parents were not reluctant to send their girls, the female girls. That is in 1959. So this can be seen in this diagram. This is a total school enrollment of the student from 1946 to 1949. So you can see it increased exponentially. So the purple is I'm wearing purple today. Sorry, my presentation today is colorful. Okay, so purple for female, okay, and then blue for boys, okay, and then the gray one, the total. So you can see that it increased, okay. Yes, and then this one continue. As I mentioned that in 1959, this is we go to the pre-independence period. Okay, so as I mentioned in 1959, Allah Yarham His Majesty Sultan Omar Ali Saifuddin signed 1959 as 1959 Constitution. What it means that in which administratively Brunei had been granted internal self-government of the country. The post of the British resident was abolished and High Commissioner was appointed to advise the Sultan and his government. The post of Menteri Besar and State Secretary were created, and these two posts had to be filled by local Muslim. Okay, so these are the changes during the pre-independence period. Okay, so during this period, His late Majesty, okay, as I mentioned, established first formal religious school, seven religious school, Ahmad Tajuddin Malay School, Laila Mancana Malay School, Muda Hashim, Muhammad Sultan. Okay, this is Muhammad Alam, Muhammad Jamal Al Alam, Okay, and then Sultan Omar Elizabethan. Okay, so this is when the parents start to have this in Malay kepercayaan, believe that to the government to send their girl children to school. Okay, so this is just to show the increased number of students, but there is no breakdown of female, unfortunately, breakdown of female and male and female students. But you can see that the first year of 1956, only 7 schools and 11 teachers and 347 students attended the religious school, but it increased exponentially, and then in 1983, a total of 106 religious schools and 604 teachers and total number of 14,911 students. Okay. Okay, so there was increase in girls enrollment in the vernacular school during the pre-independence period. Okay, the intake of students increased from 335 in 1962 to 2,272. So how many minutes after the Daddy?
Actually, you are running out of time, Miss Dr.
Okay, so I'm not going to read the statistic. Okay, okay, so I just show you I just show you the diagram here. Okay, the figure. Okay, so I don't need to read this one on Education Commission of Brunei in 1972. Okay. Okay, this is important. Which Arabic Girls School was first established this one 1968. So this is when the first Arabic school established in Brunei. So the education it was developed very well for female education. Okay, so we move now to the female education after independence. Okay. So from independence until present day, we have now 4 universities, and all these universities, we have 4, all offer the same equal rights for male and female to be a student in the universities. And also we have a lot of now private school as well and government school. Okay. So this is other important as well after independence, the establishment of tahfiz school. So one for girls and one for boys, tahfiz school. Okay. And at the same time, until present day, we still have informal. We don't have ballet system anymore in Brunei, but we have like informal education. Okay. So either through online digital platform or through the teaching through the mosque and other institution learning centers. Okay, so this is the statistic of enrollment of student male and female. As this is I have mentioned in my abstract. Whereas in secondary school, the male the number of male students are higher than the female, but unfortunately at higher school, at the university, as you can see here, from 2014 to 2018, the male are outnumbered by the female. So this shows that we have no problem, alhamdulillah, in Brunei in terms of education for female. Okay, so as for conclusion, I can conclude that in terms of Islam, in Islamic perspective, women have equal rights in education. And in Brunei Darussalam, there is a shift of mind paradigm among the Bruneian people, whereas the girls are no longer restricted from going to school, and the parents are more receptive and encourage their girl children to school. And also Brunei, we practice education equity, male and female education in Brunei, and also this certainly in line with the we discussed earlier on Islam, which Islamic teaching that male and female have equal rights in or equity in education. So that's all for me. Okay, thank you, Lady.
Okay, Dr. Nur Haslin, it was a very insightful presentation, detailed and
Sorry
thorough
for the
presentation.
Anna.
Okay,
The technology error.
now let me invite the participant to ask question or give suggestion to Dr. Nur Haslin presentation. So one of the issue you are discussing is gender equality. Is it, Dr. Nur Haslin?
Yeah, equality or equity, yes.
How do
I
you
I have view on that.
how do you view the current Western view of gender equality?
Gender equality, okay.
Yeah, equality, gender
Okay,
equality,
so
Western gender equality. How do you view that?
Okay, so I've attended a discussion on this as well, between equality and equity. So actually, in terms of education, but your theme is equity, right? The theme, the conference theme. Okay, so in Islam, other scholars view that women in terms of ibadah, spiritual, and also in terms of education, the women have equal rights. Equal rights. For example, we do salah, our pahala, our other deeds equal to the men. There is no equal. It's not equity. So there is a discussion on this, and equity in terms of equity is, for example, as I mentioned that, for example, the job, the job, for example, nursing as a teacher, that is suitable for the nature, because we have to admit that the nature of lady or women different from men, the physical. So in Islam, actually, in Islamic perspective, this is the term equity, equity, which the job, the women must do the job that will not hurt or do I mean must be suitable with the social psychological of women body. Okay, so that's equity. So some scholars says in Islam there is equity and equality, but in Western, as you mentioned, they only use the term equal. But I disagree with that. Yes, yeah. As I have explained.
As people from the same cultural background, I think we have the same view of that equality.
Yeah, gender equality. Yes. So
your discussion is gender equity. Is it?
Yeah, equity. Yes, equity. But yeah, for me, both apply, equality, as I mentioned, also equity. Yes, equity.
Okay. Let me see if we have question in the chat box. Okay. So there's one question.
Okay.
Is the development of education availability in Brunei has achieved a satisfactory level at this time? As compared to men?
Oh, female achievement, yeah?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay. I didn't give that example. Yes, I want to, but I have already 46 slides. So, okay. So yes, yes, I want to include that. We have first female the current one, Minister of Education, female, yeah, Dr. Hajah Romaiza. This is first time in Brunei. And we also have Vice Chancellor, Women Vice Chancellor, okay, UTB, the current one and the previous one, and also other job as well led by the women. And as I mentioned at the university level, female outnumbered the male outnumbered by the female. So most it's actually in the statistic, it's more at the University of Brunei Darussalam more than 50%. The it's more than 50 in our university. So female are more. So that's proof that the female their achievement more
So there are more
successful
experts.
than the male. Sorry to say that.
So there are more
Okay.
experts in university. Female
Yes,
experts in
because
university.
nowadays like engineering we have female as well, female education. So we don't have any gender problem in Brunei.
Okay,
Yes.
that's very good to hear. Yeah, there is no gender discrimination.
Yes.
Case. Yeah,
Yes, no gender, have equal rights to lead as well. But
Yeah.
but there are also some restriction like in in terms of Islamic committee. Okay.
I think we are running out of time for your
Okay.
question. So it was
Okay.
very great presentation, insightful, very thorough and detailed. But before we end your session, we'd like to give you token of our appreciation, that is certificate of.
Thank you so much.
We'll show you on screen.
Okay, I stop. Okay, I stop share here.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, syukran jazilan. Okay, Doctor, you muted. Okay, I muted. Yeah, yours is muted, Prof. Daddy. Okay. Okay. Sorry, Daddy, you muted your microphone. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Okay, Dr. Nur Hasmin,
Okay.
I think this is the wrap up for your session, and
Okay,
I
thank
think we'll
you.
continue with we'll continue to the breakout room. I think some presenters are from Brunei too, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
And
Okay.
information for other presenters, we'll have a breakout room. So the committee will assign you to certain breakout room. Either you stay here or to group breakout room 1 or 2. So see you in the breakout room. I'll mute myself.
Okay.
Okay. I think the room breaking out is still in process, but for this room, for the first parallel presenter will be Nur Syahidah Husna. Do we have Dr. Nur Syahidah Husna? And then also Dr. Siti Nur Amalia Jamil, Afnah Munawar, and Siti Nur Amalina Jamil. That's the first for the parallel session.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Boleh saya mulakan, Pak?
Sebentar. So, okay. So this is the first team, yeah, in the schedule, yes. Okay, please.
Bentar ya. Share screen. Mana share screen? Kamu slideshow kamu. Ini mau share screen. Literally ini mau share screen.
Nur Syahida, you will have 10 minutes for the presentation.
Okay. Nampak ya semuanya? Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good afternoon everybody. I am Nur Syahida Husna Haji Tarib, representing my team, Siti Nur Amalina Jamil and Ahnaf Munawar Haji Omar from Sultan Hasanah Bolkiah Institute of Education, representing our topic suitability and alignment of secondary mathematics textbook research. So why textbook research? As we all know in our curriculum, textbooks are essentials because it is a source of reference as well as instructional materials. And the chosen book that we have to analyze for this time is the secondary edition New Mathematics Counts, which is this book that is widely used in Brunei for year 10 syllabus ataupun secondary 4. So the objective of our research is we want to analyze the suitability and alignment of the textbook against one, Brunei curriculum, and then the CIE syllabus. And two guiding questions for our book analysis is the textbook meet the requirement of the learning objectives, and how we can restructure the textbook to suit and effectively for the teaching and learning of students, teachers in Brunei Darussalam. So our methodology for this, we use only one type of methodology, which is a qualitative approach. Employing a study by Hashmi et al. 2018, we compare the textbook against the learning objectives. So what we do first is we divide the textbook into 3 sections, which is the numbers and algebra, geometry and measurements, probability and statistics, and we cross-reference this to existence of the scheme of work of year 10 learning objectives. So with that, our results that we have gotten is the textbook contents in terms of that only 2 out of 9 topics are available in textbook 4, whereas the rest, the 7 topics, are widespread between the 3 books in the series. However, in terms of assessment, we found out that up to standards of CIE questioning, so there is questions on solidifying the concepts, and then questions, and then analyzing questions, going up the Bloom taxonomy, and having a lot more past year exam questions. In terms of layout and structuring, the book is pleasantly aesthetics, which the colors are, the themes are color coded, as well as having fun layout, such as topical summary at the end of every topic, revision paper, and then discovery activity. So all these are advantages of this book. However, we can, for improvement, our recommendation is to restructure the book. Instead of having 3 books separately, we want it to be in one comprehensible book. And then with that, we have separate exercise book, because the exercise book will allow more updated exam questions as well as differentiation questions, which is very prominent in Brunei Darussalam at the moment. With also that, we want to add on learning objectives instead of just the topic title. We want to have the learning objectives and steps to success to have the students having a clear expectations of the topic outcome. We are well aware that these are very strong recommendations, and then our challenges that we might face is that it might be time and resource consuming. So there will be difficulty in publishing because the notes and every material would come from the teachers collectively for the teachers and to students for use. So with that, it might be hard to decide on how many or how much information to be fit on into the book. And then the second challenge would be, because the CIE syllabus changes periodically every 4 years or so, it might not be relevant because some topics are omitted and some would be added on. So we want to try to minimize this in the long run. To conclude our presentation, we consider this textbook, although the series is very good for our use, but for year 10 syllabus only, it is not a sufficient standalone. And we recommend to restructure this textbook into one for a good comprehensive CIE curriculum standard. And our further research, we want to use this analysis further on using a quantitative approach using TIPS. So these are our references. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Syahidah, Nur Syahidah ya, or Syahidah. Okay, thank you for the presentation. Now I'll invite the participant to give question and perhaps some comments to the study of the team. So, Dr. Shahidat, how do you find the mathematical literacy of students in Brunei? Is it increasing or decreasing?
That's a very good question. So for us, with the latest PISA, Brunei's improvement is around 60 standing of the OEIC. And then in terms of our achievement overall, there's a steadily increasing of achievements in terms of percentages. Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. So your hard work pays, yeah? Okay, let me see the chat if there are some questions from the audience. So the curriculum in Brunei, which international curriculum does Brunei adopt?
Our level of teaching is we have for lower secondary would be the SPE. So there would be mathematics. And then for upper secondary, we have two, the mathematics D, CIE syllabus, as well as again, CIE syllabus, but for IGCSE core maths.
So Cambridge curriculum, yeah?
It's more or less Cambridge, actually. We do our, sorry, Sir Daddy, if I can chime in.
Yes, please.
Okay, the syllabus, lower secondary, we did have consultants from Singapore to help us with the curriculum, especially for mathematics. So, but we do, Brunei were given the freedom to come up with our own curriculum, which reflects the British and the Singaporean curriculum in mathematics as well. Yeah.
So there is, you create your own
yes,
with the reflection of those both countries' influence in you.
Correct, yeah.
Okay. Thank you for the information, Ibu Masita Syahrin. Yeah. Okay, I think we have no more question in the chat box. I think that's wrap. We could wrap up your presentation for today. It was very exciting to listen to what you have done in analyzing the textbook. I think it could inspire the other presenter too to do the same or similar study or further study concerning the analysis. Okay, thank you for the team, and perhaps now we could proceed to the next presenter. We have Nur Habibah Alias, and then Dayang Hayatun Syahidah Awang Haji, and then Nurul Harizah Abdul Latif.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can
Okay.
I'll share my screen.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay. Can everyone hear me clearly? Is my screen showing? Okay. So for me, I am with my team here. I'm Nur Nabiha Alias. I have Hariza and Hayatun Shahida. We have done a study on the relevance of the textbook content with the Year 9 Mathematics curriculum. For my team, it's particularly on the IGCSE Mathematics core curriculum. And we are graduate students from the University Brunei Darussalam. So our Brunei education system is based on the Sistem Pendidikan Negara Abad 21, or what we call as the SPN 21, where we want to prioritize our learners as the center of teaching and learning. We want to jump from a teacher-centered classroom to a student-centered classroom. And we want to, we have given the framework. This SPN 21 framework provides the overview of the curriculum design that satisfies the mission and vision of our Ministry of Education. So our paper is guided by two guiding questions. The first one is the relevancy of the textbook content with the curriculum. We want to analyze whether the content of the textbook used in most of the secondary schools in Brunei are aligned with the updated curriculum, and does it encourage more conceptual knowledge to our students? The second question is based on the assessment that was given in the textbook. We want to find out whether the assessment are up to the standards with the current expectation levels and objective of the Bruneian curriculum and the updated CAIE exam style of questioning. In order to answer these two questions, we are undergoing the qualitative document analysis, where we were analyzing one of the most commonly used textbook by most of the government schools here.
So here is the common IGCSE book that been commonly used in Brunei. Based on our findings, this textbook is the only textbook that the students use since 10 years ago. So it's no surprise that it contains the outdated syllabus content. And the students will be using the same textbook for 3 years of learning IGCSE core syllabus. And based on our findings, it included the basic requirement on lesson objectives, keywords, and very few real-life examples. Moreover, in this textbook, there is no hands-on activity that the students can practice on. And there are also a few topical arrangements that need to be amended. For example, in Year 9 syllabus, the sets and Venn diagram has been included, the new topic that has been included, while the use of calculator, number sequence, squares, and cubes has been repetitive throughout the textbook. And also in this textbook, there are few exam format questions that students can practice. So we've come up with this recommendation. This is our proposed layout for the textbook. We would like to see the importance of the topic for each time that new topic has been introduced in order to attract students' interest for the topic. And next to it, probably it's the keywords in which to let students to know the terms used in the topic. And this is especially useful for English as a second language learners. And for each subtopic, we will also like to see the lesson objective and stuck to success, in which it align with the requirement of teaching for mastery or TFM. And the students know what to expect from the subtopic when they look at the step to success. In TFM, also we encourage students to start off the lesson with some starter in order to provoke students' thinking that can relate in real life problem with the topic. And this can also be used as a guide for a teacher to plan their lesson effectively.
Okay, so now another recommendation is to include the hands-on activity, where it helps to cater all types of learners and encourage students to participate. We also recommend to include digital tips, where it helps the students to nurture their ICT skills and also to further deepen their students' knowledge. Okay, for the practice question, the difficulty of the questions will be increasing from easy to challenging, and it is recommended to include questions from examination questions and higher order thinking questions. Last but not least, we would like to include the plenary that aligns with the teaching for mastery or TFM in the form of self-assessment and relates with the steps to success. So it also helps to develop students' responsibility in their own learning. Now, one of the significant challenges in implementing all of the mentioned recommendations is how it consumes a lot of time to design the textbook. One of the reasons is because it takes time to research for the relevant content to be included in the textbook and fit into the Bruneian context and curriculum. Furthermore, the curriculum is constantly updating, which makes it an issue. Another challenge is the cooperation of relevant parties in producing the recommended textbook, as this new textbook will be used by all the public and private schools in Brunei. And the textbook need to be attractive enough to encourage students and teachers to use them, as there are chances that they are still comfortable with using the old textbook. And last but not least, the technological use in the proposed textbook might create a few challenges where students or teachers might not have access on the internet, or the devices used might not be compatible enough to carry out the task. That's all from our group. Thank you for your time, and we hope that this research provides you with more insightful information.
Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the presentation. Now I invite the participant to give response or question or comment to what the team has presented. While waiting for the question, I was it's in your presentation in the challenge. The students are more comfortable with the previous method, if I'm not mistaken. Yes.
Yes, that is true, because it takes a while for students to adapt to new changes.
So why they are more comfortable with the previous method? Is the new one too hard, or what makes the students feel more comfortable with the previous method or material?
Well, for us, it is because that our level of education where we teach the student is in the secondary level. So the students might be familiar with the way the primary education teaches them. So if it would be possible, if where we implement these changes to the primary school, so that students with this hands-on activity with learning the conceptual knowledge there and using the digital technology. Because in Brunei, there's not a lot of access to digital technology. There's not all students are accessible with the digital technology. So I think that is one of the bigger challenges.
Is there any rejection for this implementation, or they just try to adapt with that, the students?
Thankfully, our students do try to adapt to that. Because for now, we haven't created the textbook yet, but we try to create our notes based on what we have recommended. So students can try it on their own.
Okay, let me check if that is, if you have any response to this presentation, you could just turn on your mic and then speak directly, or you could, as usual, type in the public chat. By the way, is the book is used in public school, right, or government school? Yeah?
Yeah, it is a standardized textbook for most government schools.
What about the private school? Do they use different or other books?
Private schools, some of them use the same textbook also.
Also, it's up to them, yeah, for the
Yeah,
private
for
school.
private school, it's up to the school themselves.
Okay, I think that would be very interesting. So it is secondary level is year 10, yeah? Year 10, 11,
Starting
12?
from year 7 until year 11.
Okay. Okay, in Indonesia, it is SMP, junior high school, until the first level of senior high school. Grade 7 until 10, yeah? Or 11?
Yes, 11. They sit for their O level in year 10 or year 11, depending on the streams.
Okay, I think it's a very interesting presentation and also interesting topic, yeah, talking about both presenters from Brunei talked about books that is used in schools, yeah, and I hope it could inspire the other participant or presenter maybe to do similar of the study about. So it is book analysis, yeah. Okay, I think that's for the team, yeah, the presentation for the team. That's very interesting and insightful presentation. And
thank you.
You're welcome. Oh, still, do we have more presenters? I think that's the last presenter, yeah, for this session. And unfortunately, we come to the end of our conference today. This is the last presentation of the conference. I couldn't thank you enough for your presentation, yeah, for your knowledge sharing at this opportunity. And I really expect that we could discuss again with other interesting topic. Yeah. Okay, I think that would be all for me, and I'll close this session by saying Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Recording stopped.
Okay, hello, can you hear me? Can you listen to my voice?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. 0822 0822 68 0822 68 95 93 0822 68 0822 Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. 95 98 68 96 93. Iya, Bu. Iya, Bu. Iya, Bu. Iya. Enggak, tutup, Bu. Ditutup. Tutup, Bu. Enggak, ditutup. Iya, iya. Ditutup.
Semua, Bu.
Kok matikan ya?
Iya. Itu, Bu. Itu, Bu.
Ini kan anu.
Imut itu, Bu.
Matikan.
Iya, ini.